Alright, hey there, here, and we're back with more Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, where last time I believe we finished up the battle for Euphrates 2, having a rather lengthy fight with the Lord of Change, which I do believe we only won because of some extreme luck and some oddity with the battle, where the turn order kept on getting changed around every single round, so not sure if it was supposed to be that way or not, but it did let us complete that fight without having to reload. So, may as well take it. But anyways, moving on from that, we finished up the whole Euphrates 2 thing, learned a bit more about the Lord Inquisitor, about what he wanted with the world, some of the horrible stuff he's been behind, and settled the issue between Ulfar and the other Space Wolves. We then went on to do Argenta's personal quest, found the world that she had been looking for, and sent her on her pilgrimage throughout her journey. Either way, it was successful apparently. Got herself a nice piece of armor, and then, yeah, we started on Pasqal's quest, which is where we are at right now. Yeah, pretty much the start of it. The ship of his old mentor had suddenly reappeared, and Pasqal had received an invitation to visit someone there. Yeah, so we are just right at the entryway for that. Plan for today is to finish up this mission and then any other companion quests that may happen to pop up, because I do believe we have one more thing with the Ulfar that needs to be done. And otherwise, we are done with the major companion quests. And then, yeah, just meeting up with the Lord Inquisitor, finding out what's going on with them a little bit more. And I think that might actually be it for Chapter 4. So yeah, there's a very good chance we may get a start on Chapter 5. Oh wow, this game is coming to an end much quicker than I thought. Yeah, it looks like finishing Chapter 4 then. So let's go ahead and get started with this. Halls of this holy ship feel strangely familiar, as they should. He was your mentor, right? Tech tribesman. Agitated screen glows faintly. It has been gutted. It is replaced with candles that cast glints on the black plexiglass. So fake one. Okay, fantastic. Probably a bit heretical. This vessel is furnished throughout with extraordinary ancient and sacred mechanisms. What a great temple it used to be. But it has been gutted. How did they set up camp right in the heart of the sacred machine? This is sacrilege against the blessed remains. Chief Castis, bunch of tribesmen, surrendering goods. Before we talk to him, make sure we get everything looted.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Walking through a crime scene, as you would. Barbarians are pillaging the ship's supplies. I'm registering Category 9 blasphemy. Registering evidence that a Volkite carbine was fired here. I am registering protocol violation, use of weapons by Adeptus Mechanicus as soldiers inside one of the ship's bays. Right, so are these people who found the ship, or are they the original crew? Ancient servitor seems dead. The infrequent twitching of its head is the only glimmer of life left in him. The numerous augmetic regalia embedded in the body of the servant of Omnicide speaks to his high standing and devoutness. So, activate him. Pasqal, the tech priest carefully touches the servitor's withered body with his mechadendrites. Data spikes slide out of them and sink into the servitor's augmetics. Pasqal's vox sounds thoughtful and slightly puzzled. I identify this unit as Magos Logis Hectodin the 11th. The unit received 7 commendations for advances in astrography, recorded in the Fleet Archive. The unit, he liked watching the stars. He called them beacons left for us by the Amsaya. A bit of an odd thing for someone of that rank to be turned into a servitor. The servitor gives a jolt, raises his head, and fixes his augmented eyes on you. The large black circles of his visor are cloudy and covered in scratches. A pained moan comes from the speaker on the servant's throat. Unit status operation. Unit identifies itself as no data available. Error. Malfunction. The Homicide knows. What? Pasqal sighs heavily. He is suffering. This unit is long past its operational life expectancy, but the particularly ancient and sacred true flesh it was awarded for its outstanding service to the fleet is still prolonging its years. Do you know him? His statement is false. Archive has no record of any encounters with this unit or any archive requests concerning it. I just know, and I grieve. Pasqal touches the servitor's pale skin covered in inky cacography. The tribe's people inscribed his flesh with the blessed manual of maintenance and repair. Hypothesis. Ignorant as to the true purpose of this litany, they perceived it as a health replenishing magic spell. Tech Brother Hectodon the 11th. This unit identifies itself as Pasqal Hanuman. Can you hear me? Do you know me? Can you tell me what happened here? A jumble of sounds come from the servitor speaker, as if a very old man who has outlived his faculty of speech is trying to utter once familiar words, now strange to him. Then suddenly, a spark lights up in his visors, and he utters with great strain, executing function, all reserve capacities engaged in executing primary function. Right, so nothing we can do with them. At least that's how it looks.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue
What else is
thread.
left? I thought we saw some bits over here. Yes, right here. Wait on approaching in case it is an automatic interaction. Random tribesman.
Stop. There.
Mystery door. Heavy lifter is where gains 30 strength. Wow. Where has not moved in the previous turn. The ranged attacks with heavy weapons deal 50% more damage to the end of the turn. Maybe for Argenta. Mark 8B3-5 filter gas mask. More athletics and becomes immune to toxins. Alright, could be good for some checks if we don't have anyone naturally good with that. But Argenta, you're really the only one we have with heavy weapons. Oh, but this one ignores weapon recoil while performing range burst attacks. Rate of fire of the weapon is increased by 42. Yeah, the compensator gloves are better. Turn the sacred unguent tank into something like a ritual font.
What lies beyond?
Something simply ordered the spirit machine to die. Archives pattern to the chat. They're imitating a reactor shutdown visual. Well, I guess that explains why it died. The others reach from the inside. Traces of scaling suggest the use of melted charge. Alright, looks like for the most part they are contained to this area. Not a very large area. No, it's not. And this random cargo. Oh, Abel's here. Just noticed that he showed up too. Alright, Chief Castus, what do you have to say for yourself? Yeah, I feel like this could turn rather violent. Chief Castus, the lean, hunchbacked man, studies you with his piercing gaze. One of his eyes looks you up and down, the other has been replaced by a bulky augmetic, ancient and adorned with gold, but is deactivated for some reason. He states in a dry voice, "The ghosts of nothingness have entered the deck of the Argenta tribe." "I greet your tribe, we come in peace." Pasqal explained to the commoner that I do not care what tribe he is from, and that he should kneel in the presence of the rogue trader. "We are here to look for someone." "No, come in peace for now." The man shrugs indifferently, his voice is tinged with sympathy. "It doesn't matter, you're a ghost." Oh, just kind of an evolution of the Mechanicus faith, where only the machine is the true flesh. Seeing a close look at the man, the middle-aged man carries a potential coil on his shoulder. After the matter of the tech priest, it is held in place by straps and is not connected to anything. Its weight has given him a hunchback. One of his arms has been replaced by an exquisite tech scribe augmetic, but the quills and styli are incredibly dull, as though they have been scraped against bare rock, and the limb's servo motor is dormant. Yeah, well, very Mechanicus trying without the proper knowledge to make use of anything. Pasqal, the sight of the mangled augmetic elicits a pain grimace from Pasqal. "I am registering evidence of precious true flesh being operated in unacceptable conditions. The markings indicate that the sacred metal was fashioned many centuries ago on blessed Mars. Putting it to such crude and careless use is an insult to the Omnissiah." "Pasqal, what do you make of these people?" Hypothesis. The primitive community is made up of descendants of low-ranking technomats who once served this deck. The name Akgen derives from category Gen. AC stood for the acolyte category, which serviced the main decks. Gen refers to service staff who were assigned general, as opposed to specialized maintenance duties. Okay, so general acolytes. Chief. The man looks at you and Pasqal with indifference. He does not seem to have understood a single word. Yeah, I really like it. Just seems he's waiting for some prompts. Most NPCs that has ever NPC'd in this game. How do you survive here, and what do you do? We hold the vigil for all existence, and the spirits of the mechanisms give us water, food, and nutrient mix. We thank them for that with the rights of machine servicing and maintenance, so it commands a great entity. Pasqal, I'm registering multiple deviations from the catechism of maintenance and operation in the actions of these units. Hypothesis. The breaches of sacred instructions do not stem from malicious lapse into heresy. They are consequences of the rite having been lost to memory. A grave heresy, but not as profane. The voice from the box is full of sorrow and reproach. So not irredeemable as to be put to fire. Who or what is the great entity? Chief, the supreme deity, the spirit of wisdom and revelations. It bears the name Marnat. Pasqal, the name grabs his attention. He says sternly, I am registering a meaningful linguistic pattern, requesting all available information on Marnat. Hey, Sarnik. Chief, Marnat is a divine being of great wisdom. It was this great wisdom that discontinued the cycle, and all who had partaken of it lapsed into nothingness. We never partook of this wisdom, which is why we exist, and I have nothing to tell you about it, Ghost. Very rude, always calling us ghosts. So why do you talk, but your kinfolk not? I am the Fabricator General. My shoulders bear the sacred burden of leadership. The man shifts his shoulders, bent under the potential coil resting upon them. The others fear you, as ghosts can carry the living away into nothingness, but I am protected by Marnat's grace. Pasqal's roar is like the blaring alarm of an extricator. Fabricator General, I am registering heresy. Chief, the man listens to the tech priest outburst without flinching. The universe must have a Fabricator General, the supreme priest of the Omnissiah. There's none other to hold that title. Therefore, it is mine. My process of elimination. And then, see anything unusual besides some ghosts? Chief, the echo of an old crime was heard beneath the arching vaults of our home. The tribesman nods at you gloomily. A ghost of nothingness walked among us, like the appearance of you, but without a face. He spoke words that must not be spoken, and then penetrated the chamber of Observis, and our abode was shaken by the wrath of the gods for days. I felt as though we were drifting through nothingness. Wonder if that's a hunter that appeared on Euphrates. Pasqal. He lowers his head and says quietly, that is him, my mentor Armanat. Well, if you say so. What did he look like? Chief, his brow bore the mark of sorrow and past misdeeds, and his voice was like seeping sand. Descriptive but not helpful. Was he alone? No, other ghosts walked with him, but he alone had a mind and a will. The others did his bidding. Maybe servitors are just be loyal. What about the Chamber of Observis? An abode of deities and mighty spirits, secluded from mortals. The man points towards entrance to the lift shaft. Down this great tube they used to descend to the mortals. Now they have all retired to the house of Observis, the calm and keen-sighted, there to remember and mourn the world that once was. Pasqal. The unit has given us a distorted description of the observatorium, the bay that housed the Hermeticos Bridge. There, under a grand dome of glasscrete, the wisest hierarchs of the Adeptus Mechanicus would spend time in reflection and strive to discern the Omnissiah's guiding signs in the glitter of the stars. Pasqal hesitates, then adds worriedly, correction, this data is a hypothesis. An archive search yielded no confirmation of this data. My position of it is an anomalous cognitive fluctuation. Yeah, that's been happening a lot lately, hasn't it? Very well, how do we get in there? Chief, abandon this thought, your kind can't go in there. The great tube was made for the tribes of gods, not mortals. But we're supposed to be ghosts, aren't we? Only only one who has had the blessing of Pref, and the great spirit who rules this deck, may approach the great tube. But even such a one will have tried in vain, for the great tube spirits have sealed its gate and will only open it to those who know the divine word. And the Russian race ensure the humans don't steal that word. They'll make short work of any thief. If you say so. Right, so who's the spirit, Pref? Master of the Deck, the second most important god after Marnet. Mortal's cruelty betrayed his trust once, and he hasn't talked to them or protected them since. Prif only answered the shaman's invocations, and only occasionally at that. Pasqal, the tribesman profane speculation most likely described an important machine spirit that remains awake, requesting conversation with the unit identified as the shaman. Alright, about to get with that one. What about Divine Word? Well, password obviously. Words commands all existence. The gods ruled the universe using words of power. There was a time when mortals too were granted knowledge of them. But that time died along with the world. Yeah. Pasqal hypothesis. The term Divine Word refers to a command litany. A thorough understanding of the situation aboard the medical will allow me to select the correct litany and recite it to the mechanisms that are still operational. Alright, so investigate. What about the rust wraiths? The man points at one of the motionless statues. The ancient ones, the servants of the gods. They used to be God's great warriors. Now they guard the peace of this universal cemetery and see to it that mortals don't challenge the divine order. Oh, Skitari. They are the deck guard. Immortal servants are an elite detachment of the crew blessed with the most ancient and wondrous augmented enhancements. They could survive in a sleeping state for centuries even. After a brief pause, a whisper comes from his vox. Their presence here is unusual. Typically, the immortals only leave the storage chapel on special orders from the bridge. Alright, so why are they here? Were they meant to exterminate these people, but then got stopped midway through, or something else? Now about the faceless ghost. He knew the secret. This spell was not in divine origin. His power surpassed that of the gods. It is born in the mysterious depths of the irregularity, and soon after a mortal first uttered it, the world was no more. Pasqal waves a mechadendrite at him, annoyed dismissal, and says impatiently, "Blessed Armanet can command any mechanism on this ship. The indoctrinal heresy uttered by the unit is unworthy of its intention." Except for all the other stuff he said. So, your guesses are amazingly spot on, Pasqal. That priest is taken aback. He pauses to think, then says with no great confidence, "The statement is false. Each of the hypotheses was logically deduced from our present situation." Though you did say some of the knowledge you weren't even supposed to know. And who I don't think that is too important. Undertakers of the world expired in the great discontinuing the cycle. Mourners are holding an external requiem for the universe. Fascinated by the answer, Pasqal says quietly, "Let the cycle be discontinued." A wan, condescending smile graces the man's lips. "It was discontinued a long time ago." "And what do you mean by that?" "Do you believe the world has perished?" "This statement is true. The world ceased to exist a very long time ago. It turned into nothingness, to ashes. All that's left are these ruins. The last shard of the universe, its cenotaph." "Well, clearly you have not looked out a window recently." "Now, what do you think destroyed the universe?" "The unthinkable was wrought. The cycle was discontinued." "Pasqal, the transmitted mind is full of the most unenlightened superstition. Why does this unit seemingly know less than some primitive barbarian?" "So is that good or bad?" "Neither. It just happened. But it was a grievous event, and we grieve." "If you say so. But is that why you call us ghosts?" "Yes. There's only nothingness outside the ship. Sometimes it spits out ghosts born of the world's ashes, and they wander in. The sight of you saddens us, for we mourn you. Alas, there's nothing we can do to help you, since you do not exist." And I take it none of the ghosts ever tried punching him. Let's see, and nothing more. Alright, so this part is probably where we're supposed to proceed to, which means...
There will be no peace in my
anything
wake.
pop up? Anything new to interact with? Nothing indicated on the map. Just the same background information on the different devices. I just have to interact with that servitor to see if it pops up anything new. Does not follow the fleet protocol. This constitutes a category 10 blasphemy.
Patience. My nerves are frayed.
Oh, Tech Shaman Lakoots. Right, Pasqal said he wanted to talk to you. The elderly tech shaman looks up at you with dim eyes. He smells strongly of exhaust fumes. Have you come to speak to the great Pref? Ghost. Pref will not speak your lesser tongue, but I can help. I can interpret. Look at the tech shaman. The aging barbarian's skin is covered in tattoos of mechanisms, as if the ink drawings of the cogs could pass for actual cosmetics. Wires and scraps of flex tubing are braided into his hair, as well as shards from a broken data slate screen. Cogitator circuit boards hang on threads from his large ceremonial drum. Pasqal, I'm registering category 6, 7, and 8 blasphemies in this tribesman's investments. Only enlightened tech priests are authorized to dismantle and interact with the bodies of sacred machines, and painting the skin in crude imitations of the flesh, true flesh, is a profane mockery. Even more violations. What else is new? Likuts. It is how I venerate the iron spirits who have done their duty and passed into nothingness ghosts. I do this in the hope that I might gain some of their wisdom. Pasqal, this statement is false. I am not registering any veneration. Very well then, who is Pref? Our deck's great patron saint who protects it and watches over everything that happens on it. Pref used to be a kind father to us until wicked people tricked him. That was when he disowned the mortals who lived here. He wiped the names of everyone who used to be under his patronage from his memory, and no longer recognized their faces. Since then, Pref has been a harsh and cruel-hearted master who is deaf to our prayers. Logic. Pref, hypothesis. The barbarian is using his debased designation to refer to a prefect enumerator, and especially sacred cogitators served by all the deck's junior machine spirits. I am registering a category 6 blasphemy. The tribesman claims communication with it. Only enlightened adepts of the homicide are permitted to interact directly with a prefect enumerator. Hypothesis. The part of the legend that speaks of disowning the mortals and forgetting their faces describes removal of access rights from authorized units. For reasons unknown, the prefect enumerator was ordered to cease accepting commands from outsiders. Right, so the person who interacted with this before had administrator privileges and deleted everyone else's, or something equivalent. Anyways, how do you talk to Pref? The tech shaman raises the roaring mechanical sensor and inhales a lungful of aromatic exhaust fumes. The tribesman's eyes grow dim and he puts his hand on his drum. His fingers strike the taut synthetic leather with remarkable deftness and rhythm. Like this. Pasqal frowns and says darkly, I am registering a blasted layman. The blessed smoke is meant for the sacred machines, not your lungs. Even Pasqal's getting tired of all the blasphemy categorizations. The tech priest falls silent and listens carefully before uttering in astonishment. This primitive melody is a language, our language, a variety of rhythm-based tech vernacular in which meaning is created by the lengths of the pauses between the signals. For the Iron Praise of Fenris can speak Ragnarok using flutes, drums, and bone rattles. Some of the rituals that they use to appease machine spirits loathe the sound of the vox. Alright, so despite Pascal's thoughts on this, they have managed to figure out how to at least be somewhat effective. Anyways, we have come here to plead for Pref's benevolence. Every word you say is accompanied by a series of quick drum taps in a complex, choppy rhythm. Crackling comes in response from a vox hidden somewhere inside the wall. The shaman tilts his head and says, "The great Pref would like to know who is speaking to him." Pasqal, the prefect enumerator, is running an identification procedure. Given existing data on machine spirit's refusal to allow orders within the chain of command, I predict that standard identifiers will be assigned a low priority. The machine spirit speaks a tech priest language. Do we need the old man? You introduce yourself formally, Pasqal. Tell me you are the Messiah discontinuing. Volunteering too much information to an unknown entity is not a good idea. Then say that you're an authorized inspector from the fleet's conclave. Yeah, well, first off, do we need the old man? The statement is false. Idiom is distinctive vernacular, most likely only used by the ship's crew. It is intuitively familiar to this unit, but not intelligible. Right. So, they speak a different dialect, sounds like. Or at least just have different way of doing things, but still, yeah, the tech priest language. Probably best not to lie, since Pasqal was invited. So yeah, formally introduce yourself. This unit is Magos Explorator Pasqal Hanuman, a member of the Cognizant Fleet, presenting doctrinal compilations, doctrinal compliance, and algorithmic obedience certificate. The indicator Pascal's neuroculture glows. New data lights up on Pascal's new spheric aura that no layperson can see. Lukuts. Tech shaman translates Pascal's words into quick taps on his drums. His dangling circuit boards jingling dramatically. He inhales the aromatic exhaust of the roaring sensor, listens carefully, and says in a strained voice, "Pref asks why he should treat your words with respect and not scorn them." Pascal's voice becomes dry and bristly. The machine spirit is requesting to know this unit's access privileges. He refuses to submit to a stranger's will without a compelling reason. Tech use tests. Machine spirits can be capricious and undisciplined. For years without sanctified maintenance, this one may have forgotten all about obedience. Normally, in cases like this, a tech priest would bring the wayward spirit to its senses with a shock from an electric prod or a blow from a wrench, accompanied by the litany of uninterruptible obedience. Fun until it works. Take a show of force in order to show the machine its place. Point to the surrounding ruins. Are you sure this is not a compelling reason? You are an eminent and venerable Magos. I cannot ask for more than that. It wouldn't dare. Well, I did say a show of force. Pasqal, the statement is true. Pasqal extends a hand towards the machine, which is enveloped in showers of sparks. The cracks in Tech Priest's armored respirator shines in a bright green. There is still in his voice. My power is my authorization. Acknowledge it or you'll regret it, wayward spirit. Alvar clutches his charm with one hand and his battle-ready weapon with the other. You hear him whisper tensely, Spirit Wolf, shield my soul from the terrors of the warp and the ire of angered spirits. Naguts. The tech shaman shouts out in fear and shakes his drum frantically. Pref acknowledges your power, Ghost. He does. He asks why you seek his friendship. There he goes, being all cooperative. Pasqal, a pained rattle comes from Pascal's vox as he touches a crack in his armor, which is no longer glowing. He looks as though he has a sudden toothache and says with effort, Hypothesis, the prefect in Red's request is to be interpreted as, what is the purpose of your visits? Okay, tell it something profound and spiritual, invoke the Omnissiah. Tells you're on a mission from Armanat, perhaps the spirit knows who he is. You know the answer yourself, Pasqal. Does he? Pasqal, I have come to discontinue the cycle. The tech shaman listens to the crackling coming from the hidden vox in response and shakes his head contritely. The great Pref does not recognize your name or your face. He will not grant you friendship and bids you to leave. Aw, wrong choice then. Pascal's vox hisses angrily and he shakes his head. The prefect and Renere's reaction is anomalous. Such disregard the regalia can only be explained by a protocol signifying an extreme degree of danger to the vessel. And what would that danger be?
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Well, we can directly ask this servitor. Alright, well, this does not look like anything has changed over here. Well, let's ask the servitor then. Request denied. The rattle servitor's voice could be easily mistaken for indignation. Access to the list system denied. Service is an obscuration moda. Pasqal, an obscuratorium is a complete ban on holy ministry within the compound. Any and all sacred maintenance procedures are deferred until after the ban is lifted. An obscuratoria is declared when a temple has been compromised by suspected corruption, before battle, or in the event of a major critical incident. Which would explain the Pref's reaction then. This unit cannot select the appropriate countermanding order without knowing the exact reason Obscuratoria was declared. Alright, let's talk to these people again. No. Might just have to be a reload then. Okay, so we can just go through these options again. And how about the volunteering too much information one? Oh no, tell me you're the Messiah of discontinuing. This unit is Pasqal Hanuman. He has says a little than adds. Some identify him as the Messiah of discontinuing, although that statement is false. Ask why you should respect, not scorn. Alright, so hitting him until it works does not work. What about the surrounding ruins? Hypothesis of a merit, this unit is conducting a rescue mission in which the safety of an Archmagus rank unit is at stake, requesting emergency authorization. Inquires why you are seeking his friendship. Back to that one. Mission from Armanat. Following the orders of my mentor Archimagos Armanat and correcting a mistake made decades ago. You speak, but the great Pref isn't convinced. Alright, so certain combinations then. Okay. All those options led to the same outcome unless there has to be a combination of them. Oh, maybe it has to do with the strange presence of this Skitari. They say that they're not supposed to be here.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue threat.
Yeah, just frozen in a fierce pose. Find clues that could explain why the lift is blocked. Nothing is clear. Battle was fought here, and during preparations for it, Armanat declared the observatorium off limits. Even to fellow servants of the Omicide Explorators, it was an internal conflict, and he expected his erstwhile tech comrades to become his enemies.
What lies beyond?
Right, so that's something we have to resolve. No, does not seem like anything new is popping up here. What about you? Pasqal, unblock the lift. Alright, apparently we don't need the pref then. As its first pronouncement, this unit declares that no security threat to the higher observatorium is present. As its second pronouncement, this unit orders the operation of the lift system to be restored. As a third pronouncement, this unit confirms its authorization to issue that order. Observator's jerky movements is accompanied by a shower of sparks from his mouth. His optical visor makes a series of clicks. Unit's hierarchical rank, not recognized. Authorization to give orders, unconfirmed, awaiting confirmation. Pasqal, this unit is not part of the Hermeticos chain of command. It must introduce itself to the ship systems for confirmation of its authority. Which has to be done through
There will be
the
no
pref.
peace in my wake.
Right, so probably some combination then. That, or we are still missing some interaction.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see. One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Alright, I think we've interacted with all of these. Nothing new discovered.
Patience. Oh, my nerves are frayed.
Yeah, nothing new with that one. I guess we can try different combinations with this. Let's see, that was 1-1-1.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Getting hit so many times.
Whose innards need take leave of their gut.
Oh, there it goes. It was 1, 2, 3. The prefecture numerator was commanded to limit the number of people who have clearance to issue orders, including high-ranking tech priests from other ships. It was tasked with defending the observatorium as if it were under siege. Our mutual introduction rather resembled an exchange of secret passwords. Oh.
Praise not the ice, till past the frozen waters.
Right, now can we enter? Show him the prefect numerator's authorization. Pasqal hypothesis: as soon as the lift going up to the observatorium is operational, we will be attacked. The deck guard will activate and attack us, requesting confirmation of readiness. Go for it. An intricate, monumental, and piercing Beneric aria pours from Pascal's vox, encoded in its signal is Hanuman's authority to give orders on this ship. The servitor says the Pasqal with visored eyes and bows his head awkwardly. Regalia identified. I greet the venerable Magos and will execute the order presently. Lift a system activated. Several last words are drowned out by a harrowing screech that rolls across the deck as several shrill voices wail. Security perimeter breach for the Omnissiah. Alright, so how many were we fighting? 8 of them.
Another annoyance.
Not bad. Are they mostly melee or... Yeah, mix of melee and range. Range appears to be pistols, while melee is power sword. And then they have this awful one over here with an arc rifle. Yeah, oh, and a devotee. Glow of dead stars, fancy. Plasma explosion caused by this weapon affects targets in a 2-cell radius. Type of damage dealt to each target aside from the wheeler is taken as warp damage. It doesn't seem to do anything sure though beyond that. Alright, so casting Argenta and Airlet first. And then be a bit separated so you don't get hit by the AoE. Airlet can probably go after that one.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. Isn't this a job for the circus?
Alright, so didn't pull all of them.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Yeah, that guy over there is still not being pulled.
Emperor, give me strength.
There we go. And then we'll get that group. Okay, first we are stunned. I think it's just these two left. Oh no, some of them. Oh, there's one all the way up there.
If it serves your cause. Ancestors guide me.
Good, he is now stunned. And just have these two.
just designate a target. If I must. I understand your intent. If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause.
I wonder if the penalty from that one skill, if that doesn't appear. Guess we can, yeah, run here, kick him.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Good knockdown, so we can focus on these guys.
I'll do it.
I don't think you need to buff anyone. Probably just give Erlet another attack. Try to stun this guy.
Schemes within schemes.
Once again.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. If I must.
Excellent. Everyone, yeah, everyone's stunned.
I'll deal death with my hands. I understand your intent. Fall, creatures! No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Just go ahead and I can just set these guys on fire.
A genius. Flames. Another one. Let's see.
Oh, they are already burning.
Schemes within schemes.
Wolves reign.
I miss that.
See how the wolf succeeds. I don't like that. The fame-hungry come. Out of your bones. My vow is to serve.
I'm gonna miss. Nope. We did hit the tribeswoman.
If I may.
She was fine.
There will be no peace
Alright, looks like we got everything.
in my wake.
Sorry for that one. Brass Whisper.
They will see. Oh, yes, they all will see.
Potentially large fight. Inquisition Sharpshooter. Though they are kind of standing very close together. Might be easy for Cassia to deal with this. Brass Whisper. The face of the tech priest standing opposite is hidden behind a brass mask. Rather than being one piece, it is assembled from the fragments of many cosmetics. You have met this man before. He is called Brass Whisper, a member of the Lord Inquisitor Calcazar's retinue. Oh, so he was. There you are, Tech Brother. Brass Whisper's voice is raspy and punctuated. His gaze is turned toward Pasqal. Pasqal, the salutatory procedure will be performed, and the identification codes are verified after the priority request has been executed. Tell me where the blessed Armnet is. Pascal's voice clangs like steel. Brass Whisper, a cracked chuckle comes from behind the mask. You still don't understand. You're from Calcazar's retinue. Does he have anything to do with this? Well, of course he does. We already know he attacked Armnet previously. Well, might as well see what he has to say on that topic. Marginally, he used to play a major part in the story. Not anymore. This meeting is held upon my initiative. Brass Whisper surveys the Inquisition soldiers and warriors of the Homicide standing motionless. That said, I am still under the protection of the Lord Inquisitor and the Cognizant Fleet. Keep that in mind. Only matters if someone tells. Right, locals spoke of a ghost without face. Did they mean you? Response, affirmative. In order to move the Hermetico out of the possession of the damned, we had to disturb the pitiful locals. Alright, so why exactly did they move it out of the possession? What is going on here? We intend to discontinue the cycle. Is that not obvious? There's a note of sarcasm in Brass Whisper's croaking voice. Pasqal, speak or I will rip your memories out along with the Pharaoh's Sanctum implanted into your brain. Pasqal enunciates each word as he activates his drilling in Mechanendrite. What do you know of Armnet? Rest whisper. The hollow, pained laughter from behind the rest mask is amplified by its echoes. I know everything. I'm sure you do. Very well, we are looking for Archimagos Armanet, and we want answers. Rest whisper. Looking? How absurd. You lack the very concept of what you are looking for, laywoman. You expect to find a man, and Armanet never was one. He was never one person. The Armanet Collective was created by a group of tech priests who renounced individuality and merged into a hive mind, a mind that reasoned algorithmically and was guided by the principles and convictions of a righteous spirit, a superego that brought them one step closer to the Omnissiah. Alright, well, that explains all the similar names. You're looking for Archimagos Armanet, you say. Something clocks inside Restwhisper's mask, and his voice becomes louder and harsher as if coated in liquid metal. He has been by your side all this time. Pasqal, this statement is false. The hypothesis is without merit. Restwhisper interrupts him with a forceful shout. As the cycle coils its multitudinous loop, it intersects with itself and locks us in his cage of data vows. Pasqal shudders as if struck by the motive force itself. Mechadendrites like steel wire rings. Mechadendrites rise like steel wings beside his shoulders. The voice from his vox speaker takes on an otherworldly profoundly and power. Oh, profundity and power. And therefore the cycle must be discontinued. Right then, are you saying Pasqal is part of that hive mind? He was the original creator. Really? The Armanet Collective was designed to be a philosopher and a researcher. The concepts he produced were so powerful that they almost destroyed the Cognitionist fleet. But then he faced an unresolved dilemma, and that was when Armanet came apart. The 6 constituent servants of the Omnissiah hid their own memories from themselves behind false personas and were sent off to various parts of the corrupt expanse. They went into hiding. Each had to live in solitude for many decades, accumulating individual observations before eventually bringing the experience back to a reunited Armanet, who would then tackle the dilemma once more. That would be the restoration. Pasqal, sorrow echoes in Pascal's inhuman voice. The years have slipped through my fingers like sand. It was such a long time ago. My companion looks overwhelmed and pensive. So the tech priests of the name Hanuman are all parts of Armanet. Yes, 6 mental keynotes. The men's was paranoia. After the separation, he sensed that his memory was a web of lies, and that feeling drove him to the depths of madness. Tarsus was faith, fiery, unyielding. Axiomantha was logic unclouded by emotion or value judgments. Abel was her good twin, imagination. He did not know his past just like the others, but he felt more than they did. He was always different. That was why he was the first to get close to the restoration. One of the first. Pasqal was judgment, moderator of the cognitive process, the one who makes the decision. Pascal's voice rises to the vault of observatorium and rumbles beneath it like thunder. Nihil and Nihil, oh, that's her name now. Brass mask starts to unlock with a hissing sound. The augmented bends back, revealing a face disfigured by burns. A woman's face with a pair of dark, radiant, vibrant eyes. Skepticism, the one who doubts. Did Armanet believe he could form again? Plan sound risky. Restoration was statistically calculated on a level beyond your comprehension, laywoman. Millions of variables were taken into account. Countless scenarios went into development of optimal strategies. 2 Armanet units meeting each other was inevitable certainty. The matching identifiers were to be a spark that would start a chain reaction, and that was precisely what happened. Pasqal, a ringing bitterness enters Pascal's voice. We were motivated by the perfect stimuli: curiosity, anxiety, shame. Each part of us was hostage to the legend of a betrayal it had committed. Suffering drove us to search and strive. What was the dilemma Armanet faced? Its name was Eschatos, secret to the right of putting machine spirit to death, a technology embodying discontinuing the cycle. Was it meant to exist? Or was it the acme of vanity against the Omnissiah and his creation? Is that the whole tech blight thing and what Calcazar has? Pasqal continues a brass whisper speech in a lofty tone. Eschatos was a perfect weapon against creations of the Omnissiah that had been corrupted by enemies, but also against its faithful servants. Its spread could bring victory to the Imperium, or it could destroy it. Eschatos could spell the end of the Adeptus Mechanicus, for it was the perfect answer to the power wielded by the cult of the Machine God. Was it a blessing or a curse? Nihil. There was no answer. Retraction was unacceptable, and so a way was found to shelve the issue. Oh nice, put it off for later. Rest Whisper gives you a raspy sigh. And I found the answer. Eschatos should not exist. We will correct our mistake. Alright, so what exactly is Eschatos? Pasqal, the power of machine negation. A newspheric signal that interrupts any and all life created by the Omnissiah. A green flash runs along the crack in Pascal's respirator. The power that I use to tap into unconsciously. Nihil, shared knowledge lay dormant inside the mind of every Armanet unit. You tried to decrypt the other Hanuman's neurocogitators, did you not? But to no avail, it was you who created the cipher that locked Armanet's memory. Let's see, you are the maimed hunter. You tried to kill the other Hanumans. Nihil, that statement is true. I was admitted into the Lord Inquisitor retinue and authorized to study a dangerous artifact taken from Armanet. It tried to exert some kind of influence on me, but my data vows protected me. Nihil Hanuman touches her scarred face. A short circuit awakened me, awakened some of my memories. I conducted an analysis, solved the Eschatos dilemma, and began to act. My agents all but terminated Tarzus, but he hid under an armor of martyrdom and insanity. An attempt to intercept Pasqal on Altar Templum Calixus X-17 failed because Abel had summoned him. The assassins caught up to him at the Recommendor starport, but he was able to escape again. Another group went after Abel, only to perish at the Electro Priest Monastery. He dispatched Dements, who had lapsed into heresy. Axiomantha simply disappeared until she suddenly turned up dead on Euphrates II. I have no idea how she managed to hide from me. Yeah, that was Calcazar's doing. Neil, I'm registering a lie. The Lord Inquisitor shared my conviction that Armanet's legacy had to be destroyed. He was summoned to the Chronos Expanse by loyal members of the Conquistadors fleet in order to depose Armanet. It was his troops that attacked our Medico in an attempt to obliterate our schismatic creation. Pasqal, so that was how you got on board the ship into the Observatorium Nihil. Our traitorous tech karmas gave Calcazar the access code to the bridge, and he gave them to you. Acute conviction vibrates in Pascal's voice as he makes these quiet statements of fact. He's not asking questions, he is passing judgment. You were deceived, sister. Calcazar appropriated our work. He continued our research no longer bound by the Omnissiah's canon, and you enabled him by destroying those who could return and reclaim his bloodied prize. Nihil lies. Something you have not heard before creeps into Nihil's voice, a note of fear. And they should be able to show her that information we got from Axiomantha. You betrayed your brothers and sisters. Such an act is unforgivable. Yours was a grim duty, but you were unflinching in fulfilling it. Now, what happens now? Nihil's decision is his to make. Nihil points to Pasqal, as always. Nihil's voice is imperiously metallic. Tech brother, I offer you the chance to yield peacefully to a fate that will please our Messiah. Do not resist your determination, and you will pass into oblivion as my friend and fellow believer. Pasqal's own reply sweeps Nihil's words away like a gust of wind. His optical visor turns a blinding blue. No, tech sister. Refraining from resistance was never our way. I am an explorator, a reconnoiter of knowledge. I have brought fire to 100 worlds. I have gleaned 1,000 secrets in the darkness. I am an agent of unbridled will. I will not yield into oblivion, for oblivion itself fears me. Nice a saying. Think about what you said, Pasqal. Your secret is dangerous. Say nothing. Yeah, we traveled with him longer. This is my companion, Pasqal Hanuman, and you made a mistake in meddling with him. You wanted me to awaken Tech Sister. Here I am, holding you to account. Nihil's disfigured lips twist and sees the dismay sprout in her voice. I lured you here for a reason, Pasqal. I wanted you to see what our followers had become. This is what deviation from dogma ends in. Breach of canon begets ignorance. Ignorance begets blasphemy. All we did was breed corruption, schism. Remember when they came to depose us? We resisted them and destroyed this ship, a sacred relic, an arc mechanicus older than our priesthood itself. Here in this hall, we released Escatos and allowed an unconscious heresy to happen. Do you remember? Do you remember how you got your cleft jaw? Pasqal looks thoughtful as he touches the cracks running across his armored respirator. A green spark runs through the deep gash left by an enemy's weapon in the metal. Nihil, and it sufficed for you to merely show up in the expanse again for the schism to rear its head once more. The cognizant fleet is already being torn apart by fratricidal war. Is this what we wanted? Let's finish this. Let us discontinue the cycle. Now the words of the one who once called herself Brass Whisperer sounds more like a plea. Pasqal, the voice that answers her is no human voice. It could belong to a giant voice ship or a forge world if they could speak. You violated procedure, skepticism. You usurped the function of another. You challenge only. You do not make decisions. I do. You're right, Pasqal. You are the decision maker. You must not fight. You are surrounded by enemies. Enough blood has been shed. I mean, we could probably take them. But would a peaceful integration work out better? We also need to find out more about what Calcazar is doing. And I'll try to be peaceful for now. Nihil rasps aside and gives Pasqal a look of despair. The decision is his to make, and I have made it. Pasqal extends a mechanic right towards Nihil and pronounces, Tech Sister, my judgment of you and your action is one of condemnation. Tampering with the procedure is unacceptable. Sabotaging the experiments is apostasy. For your betrayal, your vital functions will be terminated in the name of the Messiah of discontinuing. A greenish pulse of energy is born inside of Pasqal's augmetics and darts toward Nihil like a furious lightning bolt. Alright, looks like we're fighting. Or they're fighting. Nihil, the green energy entangles Nihil like in a net. burning her true flesh, draining the life from her augmetics and mechanical components. But she focuses her will and strikes back at Pasqal with a pulse of her own. The rattling voice, no longer human, rages and roars like a forest fire. I refuse to recognize you as the Messiah. I do not believe in you. That is your problem. You have always been too skeptical. Alright, destroy the hill.
Amusing attempt at defiance.
Oh. You're like going last for our group this time. Ready for that to happen? So, Cassie and Gamma are going first. Nihil's going first for them. Only 1500 HP. Not a whole lot of HP on these guys. I want to focus on sharpshooters then. They sound like the types to be snipers. Oh, just las guns? Oh, the executor. You have a sniper rifle. Looks like just that one executor. Any guys in the back? No. Alright, not enough point for that. And Abel, why are you there? You should be running away. Oh, I think I might have moved Pasqal and Alpha a bit too far up.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. I'm afraid not.
Oh, that's a very tight grouping.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Alright, shame that guy did not move. Looks like I can get them all with this, except for that one.
I have read tomes of military tactics. Isn't this a job for the race, at least?
Muslim stun except for Nihil probably has the combat mastery. Yeah, combat master. And then still this group over here. Probably give Cassie a turn with Gamma. Get them grouped up.
Emperor, protect me!
Let's see.
Like the voice on that one.
A genius at work. Oh, a wicked thought. Schemes within schemes within schemes.
Me? If he is your captain.
Successfully terminated.
I'm not accustomed to be...
Zone of Fear, we want to keep that.
If I may.
We can do a finest hour. And then a whole bunch of attacks with her. Oh, shooting those in a different order.
Another one is shattered.
Revel in their despair.
Okay, for whatever reason, we keep on getting more AP with this one.
Let's another one. A whip. Brook no opposition.
Okay, Firestorm is amazing. Only 3 enemies left.
A maelstrom of madness.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Did you end up dying? I do believe it in, and wow, that's a lot of stacks of fire. 45 stacks of warp burn, 29 stacks of regular burning. Alright, so what gave you that burst of health? Not seeing anything that would give you a punishment.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Right, and then this is the last group.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Okay, then we can get finest hour to Argenta.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
Guided by faith. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands. I'll do it. Cleanses the body. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, each strike is a prayer.
Nice. I will not let you. I will destroy this ship. Well, Pascal's not letting that happen. Nihil, stop. Thou shalt not create a schism. Thou shalt not suffer a heretic. Pascal, like the hand of a deity, the mechanized extends when Nihil lying convulsing on the deck. I did not want this tech sister. but the procedure must be completed. Farewell. His claw carefully removes a mangled, soot-covered no cogitator from a brass whisperer's head. The priest shudders and peace descends over her disfigured face. Yep, and there comes Abel. And him with his new portrait. The ghost-like figure in red approaches you cautiously. Enormous set eyes look at you from his ascetic face. Doubt has been shunned. Dominant of prejudice has ended. Abel's voice resonates with the same otherworldly profundity that has filled Pasqal's fox. Pasqal, the statement is true. Only imagination and judgment are left. Our directive is to conceptualize the future we desire and bring it into being. You did the right thing, you deserved it. I'm sorry about the death of your tech sister. Bow to the Messiah, discontinuing. Take a closer look at Pasqal. Tech priest looks at you, looks as the same as before, yet different. His morbid aura of martyrdom has given way to a calm and powerful halo of purposefulness. His mechanics move with the grace of an inscrutable dance. Scars left by loss and doubt have turned into dark threads on a radiant body, confident in its next step. And his voice, a voice born in the nuclear font of a star and hardened in the cold of an interplanetary void. Alright, well, Pasqal seems to be doing better. Bow to the Messiah, discontinuing. Pasqal remains motionless. Only a short generic aria comes from his vox. You feel oddly confident that your gesture of respect has been appreciated and received favorably. The voice from the vox is like a tolling of bells summoning a host of angels. I declare the period of ignorance over and will resume execution of the general algorithm. Integrity has been rehabilitated to a satisfactory degree. Memory access has been restored. I remember everything. Pasqal turns to you and gives you a long look, brimming with quiet elation. Abel, may the shattered mirror resemble the reflecting light wholly anew. So, are you Armanat? Pasqal, this statement is true. Pasqal's stock phrase sounds more complex and more human than before. I carry within me his memory and his logical foundation. I am us. I am Armanat. Abel. He points to Pasqal's mechanisms and says softly, they have always remembered. They have always preserved. Pasqal, thank you for the path we have walked. As Pasqal bows, his thin shoulders seem to take an eternity to descend from the heights that his mind has soared to. And I am sorry about what happened to Theodora. Right, so did you know her? We were allies, and she entrusted me with studying a trophy she had obtained. The voice from the vox grows quiet and hoarse as though coming from a distant past. We, Armanat, discovered the basic ways of communicating with it. We developed a weapons-grade strain of tech blight for her. It terrified me, so I developed its antidote, Escados, the concept for the ultimate interruption of machine life. That was why every one of our shards was located so close to you, and to the Vox, and to the Von Valance's domain. We were counting on her finding us, and extending her aid and protection. Extending us her aid and protection. Alright, so good to know they have a way of countering the tech blight. Alright, so we're going to be needing the... what was it? Escados? Yeah, Escados to deal with whatever Calcazar is planning. So what are you, or what were you? A higher form of intelligence, a collective of computational tools freed from limitations of individualism and the aberrations that stem from having a distinct personality and, at the same time, A collective bound by the single set of principles that are set that of equal importance to all, being pure of faith in homicide and acting for the benefit of humanity. We were different. Each of us considered the prospects of such an experiment. When I was the first to gain resolve to attempt it, Nihil joined the project to effect control over it. She regarded the experiment as dangerously close to blasphemous act of creation. The Conclave had ordered her to end my research, but she became convinced of the possibility of its success. Not that convinced, apparently. Nihil reinforced our union with the prudence of the Mens, a meticulous and reserved auditor, a danger seeker. I strengthened our genius with the fiery faith of the warrior Tarzas in order to banish the shadow of false ideas. Axiomatha, who teetered on the brink of becoming a Malatek, was chosen by us for her loyalty to ruthless logic and her cold scrutiny, or indeed, dissection of our theories. Abel. Pasqal turns his gaze towards his last surviving tech comrade, our quiet genius, the caged genius of imagination, the abstract artist of code. His talent completed the collective and made it a whole. So, what next in the general algorithm? A judgment must be passed should the secret of Escados exist or be shunned as a false path. And should I exist, that is we, Armanats. Abel, a soft mineric melody full of sadness and solemn resolve pours from Abel's vox. You have not heard it before. You would never have thought the mineric language could be so comprehensible to one who does not bear the mark of the Omnissiah's iron blessing. Well, now this can be a bit complicated. We need Escados, but we also need Pasqal. We need Armanat and the power he wields. The secret reeks of heresy. Do the right thing and destroy it. Only you can make the decision. What will the destruction of Escados mean for you? What judgment are you leaning toward? Armanat was a union of 6 priests. All but a few of them are dead now. How does Armanat still exist? Yeah, fair question. Everything Armanat was at the moment of discontinuation has now awoken in my mind. We are at the point where we stopped. But the Armanat Collective was envisioned as a dynamic structure. We need new minds. If I bid you to follow, will you come with me, tech comrade? Pasqal waits for an affirmative nod and says, we will be the core. The collective can be replenished with worthy minds from among those aboard the Hermetico. Sincerity is present in the motive and faith. They are intuitively capable of comprehending the notion of discontinuing the cycle. Our collective memory can compensate for the lack of knowledge and memory of the rites. Restoration is possible. Pasqal, or what used to be known as Pasqal, makes a sacred gesture, and green sparks run down his mechanical arm. But the judgment must be passed first. Right, so basically just rebuild the hive mind. So what judgment are you leaning toward? Pasqal casts sorrowful gaze at Nihil's body. His voice is full of wisdom and weariness. We have seen many things over the decades. We have seen true corruption. The distortion of the Omnissiah's design, Kiaba Gamma, Euphrates II, the planet of Xenos passed into oblivion. Our own crimes, the darkness grows. There must be a fire to burn it away. The graceful dance of the mechandress takes a more energetic, wilder pattern. I'm leaning toward the idea of the Escados is necessary. That Armanat is necessary. That the cycle must be discontinued. And Abel, what about you? Abel lowers his eyes and is silent for a while and says, we have made great sacrifices. This statement is enigmatic. I request an I request an expanded interpretation. This guy looks demandingly into Abel's eyes, but he turns away. Yeah, I could certainly be regretful about the sacrifices that they made and that they weren't worth it, or that they made a whole bunch too many sacrifices to back down. Let's see, just continuing this cycle. Yeah, the whole thing is rejecting the whole notion of, I think it was rejecting the idea that technology is as it should be and that you should not research, which is kind of leading to a stagnation of the Imperium. Except for that one guy, Crawl or Call, wherever he was, where he just researches everything and just says it's fine because it was probably invented already. I think Abel means that your experiment has caused too much destruction and bloodshed. Perhaps he means that your bold attempt at ascension has earned you the right to its power. It's obvious you reject Armor's knowledge now, all the sacrifice will have been in vain. Maybe? Abel gives you a sideways glance and says sorrowfully, self-sacrifice must not be in vain. Pasqal nods with an air of authority and says, I thank you both. Information has been noted and submitted for analysis. Only you can make the decision. Yeah, it is kind of his deal. Pasqal throws back his head and power, bringing its voice, rushes forth like a flood. The tech priest's moving voice is heard throughout the ship, echoed by every vox speaker on every deck. I peered into the vortex of time and saw dark omens. I saw that my tech comrades and I were trapped in the cycle, spiraling towards nothingness. I saw inevitable doom at the end of that trajectory and rebelled against it. In accordance with the machine god's commandment, I have created a tool with which to implement my design. In accordance with his commandment, I developed a plan and analyzed it. Now I will act. By my power as an Archmagos, I hereby effect the restoration and revive the Armanat Collective. The servants of the Messiah need a Messiah who will discontinue their cycle, and I will be that Messiah. I am him. No members for the collective? The action tribesfolk, the ignorant fossilings and homicides, slip into the observatorium hall like silent shadows, led by an intuitive grasp of the insignificance of the moment. They automatically gather in a circle, heeding Pasqal's summons. Perhaps, at this point, someone else's. Pasqal, you hear echoes of other voices in Pasqal, a touch of immense anxiety, of Tarziz's zeal, of Axiomanthus' pensiveness. They all fuse into a new voice, full of wisdom and confidence in his prerogative to lead. The voice of Archimagos Armanat. And this voice takes hold of the lips of your companions' new brothers and sisters. Ancient Tech Priest turns his gaze towards you and says with gravitas, let the cycle be discontinued. And they shall all be assimilated. And he still has the unholy blasphemous xenoflesh. Well, at least whatever the homunculus did to him doesn't seem to have affected this.
In this tapestry of a world, I am
Can
the
we talk to them?
rogue thread.
No. Dr. Abel. Abel looks upon the tech barbarians with a moderate degree of curiosity, without attempting to approach or interact with them. Occasionally his gaze rests on some sacred item covered in tribal imagery or otherwise desecrated, and he raises his eyebrow, evidently pained. Pasqal, my tech comrade, insisted on taking part in this excursion. This is as much of a priority mission for him as it is for me. We're both expecting to meet our mentor Armnet. Oh. Was this the conversation we were supposed to have before doing all this? But we didn't, because we just failed to notice that he was here this whole time. Do you understand what's going on here? A hunt. The hunter is coming. Yeah, we're supposed to have had this conversation earlier. Alright, leave him alone. So what can we get? Enhanced data tether mask. When the wearer uses machine spirit communion, their intelligence is increased by 15 or by 5 for each target until the end of combat. Interesting. Overcharged gloves, where the wearer uses an overcharge and a plasma weapon. Attack ignores affliction, deals 28% additional damage. Poltergeist field emitter. 20% less impact and energy damage. And when they do suffer that type of damage, attacker suffers 10 power damage. Need retaliation. Much better on the side axe. So nice upgrade for Pasqal on that one. Basic hand flamer. Toss that into storage. Mid capture relay. When the wearer's ally under the effect of joint analysis ability hits a target with an exploit, gain 5 perception. Yeah, if we had that one ability that gave a bonus when we had enough for the 10 bonus points for perception, could have given that to Irolet, but we do not. I'll keep it for now. But yeah, looks like the main thing of use would just be the axe. Alright, the rest also just full of basic gear that we don't need. Yeah.
Patience! Oh, my nerves are frayed.
Operation successful.
Alright, did we get everything? Yeah, looks like it.
Oh, what lies?
It's the chief, but cannot talk to him. Alright, so back to the ship and see if Pasqal has anything to say. And with this particular quest done, the only thing left is just something with Ulfar, but don't remember how to trigger that one. Might just be progressing the main quest, might be traveling around a bit more. In the ship, we are observing a large squadron of Adeptus Mechanicus forces. Many of the ships are badly damaged. Judging by the position of the servants of the Omnissiah, they are divided into two groups. I dare say they were fighting not long ago. I'm picking up a signal from one of the ships. The ship identified as Von Valence's Dynasty vessel. You are being hailed by a representative of the explorer Cogniz's fleet. Query: is the statement that the Messiah considered fallen has come back true? Is the statement that the cycle will be discontinued true? Pasqal, the witch should know if their fratricidal battle should continue. What do you think I should answer? Tell them the statement is true. Armanet has returned to reign and unite his flock. Thus Armanet calls upon those who remain loyal to him to put an end to these unbelievers and thus mend the schism. No, you're uniting everyone. We are picking up an active Vox exchange on encrypted frequencies between explorer ships. Incoming message. Cognizant's fleet praises the new Messiah. Mistakes will be corrected. The unbelief will be replaced with faith. Let the cycle be discontinued. Well, this will be fun once Mars finds out. Okay, it does not look like we can talk to any of these guys. Alright, so that's all empty except for last main quest of chapter 4, I think. Yeah, there's a quick talk with Pasqal. And then Rise, as we're reaching close to the end of chapter 4, going and sell everything to Downrock. See if we can get the last of the faction items.
The Amanat Collective never found the time to thank you for your cooperation, Von Valancius. The part you played in achieving the restoration will not be forgotten.
Right, hopefully that means a good thing. So what are you going to do now?
Serve the Omnissiah. The cycle of our lives has been worn down for too long, and I will initiate its renewal. It will be a time of great suffering and great sacrifice, but it thus commands the analysis. The Cognizance fleet is ready to bear the good tidings to the Imperium. But first, I will make good of my obligations towards you. When your enemies have been vanquished, I will part ways with you. But no sooner. Such has been the judgment of the component of mine, once known as Pasqal.
Good to know, good to know. What about your new comrades?
My assessment of them was correct. Ignorance was remedied. Purity and loyalty were raised to an absolute degree. Castes the Doubter gave us his skepticism. Lycut the Spirit Talker, his unflinching faith. Logic and paranoia had no names in their past lives, but their minds are sharp and singular. As for Abel, the end of our captivity and isolation brought him great joy. Now imagination's speech is open to us again, and is flowing freely.
And what you did to yourself, was it worth it?
All of it was worth it. It is the greatest honor to be the one upon whom the Omnissiah has bestowed his gift. It is the greatest heresy to reject reject it and allow it to sink into oblivion. Was I afraid? I was. Have I missed the past and my mortal thoughts? I have. Self-sacrifice in the name of divinity must be agonizingly painful, for no catharsis is possible without pain, and no apotheosis is genuine without loss. Forgive me for not being able to put it in any simpler terms, much as I would like to. This is something one must experience in order to comprehend it.
Alright, so even though he became a hive mind, he still can express his own individual thoughts. Good, I suppose. So, what are you now, human or not?
I am the messiah of discontinuing. I am the computing power of 6 righteous souls. Yet I am more than that. Much like a human is more than the sum of their organs. As to whether I am human, I doubt it. I am a data spirit, an incarnation of the answer to the question we pose to the Omnissiah. However, the person you knew will forever remain at the core of my system.
Alright, creature messiah. So miss my friend Pasqal.
There is no need. He has not gone anywhere. He has merely evolved. My words are his words as well.
Right, so was there a simple way to achieve a goal? Probably not.
If I could show you the web of cause and effect that permeates the world, you would understand. Its threads are so numerous and so densely intertwined that they give density to the very reality around us, and analyzing them is an intricate process indeed. During my great meditation, a statistical probability was revealed to me, which led to this moment in time, and I followed it. As you can see, it has worked. I think you realize yourself that nothing was accidental, especially not our meeting. If I had chosen differently, if I had simplified my way of thinking, who knows at what moment the thread of possibilities would have taken a turn for the dark spaces of the undesirable.
Alright, that looks like that's enough to follow him.
Then I will return.
Alright, so unless Alvar has anything new, we are more or less done talking with our retinue.
Let us raise our cups at Fenrir.
Yeah, we talked to Argenta after hers, I believe.
Greetings to you, Rogue
Yeah.
Trader.
Alright, let's do a quick sell with Downrock and then head on to Footfall. Or, wait a minute, do we have... No, we have to head on to Draconis. Okay, quick trip to Draconis, then to... back to Footfall. So that's just the Drusians and Explorators. Just need 2 levels with them. Are we going to have enough for this? And another 2,000 for that one. Explorers, do you need holy relics? Oh, and really new stuff? Did we pick these up last time, or are these new? Alright, we're gonna have to check the other ones then, see if the last patch added some new things. How many levels did you need? Oh, you need lots. Yeah, you need like 16 more levels. That's a very nice flamer for Stardies. But it does not have any special effects. Just a lot of damage. Alright, maybe we won't get all of this. Bit of a shame. Alright, nothing new with them. This is finished capping out the intrusions. Oh, and what they get? Auto weapon, Hymn of Vehemence. Warhammer fears to increase the rate of fire of this bolter by the number of enemies affected by the numbers affected by those abilities. Oh, but the rate of fire is only 4. I don't know, maybe it could still be good then. And then Undertaker, Flamer Weapon. Has a melee strike. When a creature in combat suffers lethal damage from burning, we will deal 30% more damage with this weapon for 1 round. Interesting. I think I like the weapon she has right now, since I think, yeah, it's the one that cuts enemies to explode if they're on fire. And then the last one is going to be Armor for Pasqal, looks like. Once per round, gain 2 AP and 2 movement on the turn to kill an enemy. I try to keep at least 2 of each particular category. Heretic trophies, though, I think we can get rid of all of them. Alright, plenty of ranged weapons, provisions. And then miscellaneous junk. And up to level 30. Yeah, it's still a ways to go. Alright, so what did we get? Calibrating goggles. First single attack. Stun target for 1 round. Target fails a willpower resistance with a -5 penalty. Force field emitter after using run and gun. 15% cover efficiency. Heavy shield. 1 to deflection and 8 to parry. Another cutter. Neat weapon, but really don't use those. Focus melt-out gun. Yeah, don't really use melt-out guns either. Some heavy armor. Shotgun. Medkits. Omnicide holy symbol. 22-second logic. Oh, I can reroll failed second logic test once per rest. Interesting. Dark Providence, Force Sword. If there's a sucker, they can immediately reroll a failed parry attempt once per attack, with a chance equal to the willpower. Basic power axe. Gunnery shield. Reloading a shotgun costs 0. Interesting. Could be a nice offhand for Solomorn. %, parry and reroll failed dodge. We're probably not going to be using any of these. When we use a controlled shot, any enemies adjacent to the wearer's allies suffer reduction to their penalty to their dodge. There are stimulants. Yeah, because we don't use those. Solar staff. Is it navigator staff? No, it's not. Sacred staff. Oh, adds the Inferno ability. Too bad Rady took it. Metal claw gloves. It's a target with a melee attack. Armor is reduced by 2%. And it stacks. Although I think we did give everyone more or less the ability to break armor from that one exalted talent. Although it is an extra 2% with this one. Yeah, but really good for Kimbella then to break armor with that one. Banner's visor. Where's break the rank ability, which don't believe we have. A grenade. Plasma rifle. Holy power armor. Really don't see how much of these, so I never took the skill for it. Oh, Sardi's armor. Okay, maybe it's can be an upgrade for Ulfar then. Does it only affect enemies or just any target? Oh, any target. Alright, might have to be careful then about moving him next to our people then. Yeah, Sardi's flamer. Just good damage. 10 temporary wounds for the allies at the start of the turn. Maybe. One of the wear inflicts damage over time affects or kills an enemy. They gain 1 stack of the inevitability effect. So they gain 6. Deal 10 direct damage to all enemies suffering from any damage over time effect. And all the stacks are removed. Interesting. Maybe something for Cassia then. Once the survivor's wounds drop below 50% for the first time in combat, they immediately gain temporary wounds equal to their missing wounds. Could be interesting. And the Vivisector's Visor. Single attacks on an opening deal an additional 20% of the target's maximum wounds of damage. Deadeye is 30%. Alright, so Herald item. Oh, we have some level ups to take care of. Take care of those. I don't think there's a whole lot left we actually want. Oh, yeah, Breakthrough wasn't saying that we could have gotten one of those. Yeah, sure, I could follow my lead. Dira, what about you? Either dominate or strafe. Yeah, it makes an enemy use all their movement to reach the Psyker. Which is more melee oriented then, maybe? But I feel like that would just be asking for her to get killed. So I'm gonna go with strafe. Oh hey, her agility is quite high. Alright, Rooks, what about you? We really did not investigate his Psyker abilities all that much. I'm gonna give Talk and Scream. And then boosted button skill. Really hope he has a shield. Jai, what about you? Break the rank sounds fun. Oh, break the rings can be transmitted through familiar. So can air authority. Right, maybe it's worth it keeping on the familiar. Unless it has to be the raven only. Alright, is that everyone? Okay, so that's that. And the armor. Yeah, better resistance and as in ability to it. Pasqal. We picked up something with you. Is not turning off the filter. Yeah, that armor we just purchased disappeared. That's supposed to give AP or whatever. Oh, we can still give him something a bit better. Oh, it's over here. Or it's just heavy armor. Solomar, what about you? Oh, we had multiple gunnery shields. Right, we're keeping the Fire Blast Carapace because of the reduction of fire damage. Because he has a shield that sets him on fire. Alright then. Oh yeah, the self-calibrating goggles because it inflicts stunned. It's only effective 4 direct damage, as opposed to the 50% increase in damage to navigator powers. Hello, what gloves do you have right now? More critical damage from where it hurts. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Alright, on to Draconis and then to Footfall. And we are a bit far from Draconis right now. Can we go to this one? Yes. The crew gear, lost the range, melee, and armor. Oh. Nice. Some navigators in sight. In that case... There we go. Got a shortcut to that. So shortcut from Calvagama to Draconis and Draconis to... Oh, what was it? Bellstone, that's what it was. Gang of pirates has descended upon the colony and is now bombarding it from orbit. Really? Draconis, the capital world of the Von Valence's protectorate, is having problems with pirates. They attribute to fight them off. Yeah, let the colony forces handle this. They should be able to. Bloody battle. In a bloody battle, the planet's wardens defeated the landing party and forced the villains to flee from orbit. Yeah, they should be able to manage that at least. Why do they even exist? I wonder that Xenos are looking down on them. Right, Footfall. Should just be to the atrium. Yeah, Pasqal Alfar should be good. I don't think we need anything too serious to bring Solomon on this. Heinrich's probably present. Okay, I feel like they are the most relevant to the initial conversation. And off you go somewhere. For some reason. Well, things are looking fine. Back to business as usual.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Okay, smoking over here. Are you learning something? Brochure. The old servant casts a sharp, appraising glance at you. How can it be of use to your relationship? Here, let arrows of Kronos. We are too late, Ellen talk. At your word, I will track down the monkey to the ends of the galaxy. Good for you, Irrelets. Look around. The hall bears the marks of a cleanup. Quick, thorough, and unceremonious. The smell of ash from burned reports hangs in the air. Every trace of the Lord Inquisitor's stay at the palace has been destroyed. The only reminder is the elderly servant sticking out like a nail amid the empty space. So, where is Calcazar? Lord Inquisitor is away on an urgent mission. Frosher's colorless voice matches his starkly unhelpful reply. Right, so were you abandoned here? The master has no need for my service on his present expedition. I was tasked with cleaning up. Of course you were. As soon as the conversation turns to Calcazar, Deferential and ecstatic overtones brighten the servant's dry voice. So, where has he gone? I was instructed to tell you that the Lord Inquisitor advises against making that inquiry. The outrageously rude words are spoken in an impeccably polite tone. Heinrichs, Gamma. His tone is ice cold. I'm offering you my service as an interrogator should you find it necessary to extract information you need from this recalcitrant individual. Alright, go for it. Heinrichs turns to Frosher and raises a hand. Otherworldly cold envelops you. Only ask you this question once. Frosher, no. His voice breaks along with his resolve, and his legs give out under the unseen influence of biomancy. Well, not very sturdy in his convictions, isn't he? Master Van Kalkstop, I have seen your work firsthand. I know what is left of the people you interrogated. What is Septimum? Dimensional gates. Heinrichs lowers his head. Most sensible of you, old man. Good. Go, Frosher and Heinrichs and I. Go, Frosher. Heinrichs and I are sparing your life. Enough have no further need of you. If we send him away, he could warn Kalkazar that we're approaching. Frosher, yes, I have failed him. Yes, indeed you did. Alright, so a place to go. Any evidence on you? No. You didn't even put up a fight, and you gave up the information so easily. Alright, so through a dimensional gate. Alright, well, before we do that, be right back. Alright, let us continue.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
Now, something's happening. An entire group of people salutes you. Most of them an escort of honor consisting of members of retinues, associates, secretaries, bodyguards, and assorted others bow deeply to you and shout their greetings, making a lot of noise. It appears the news of your impending departure has already spread throughout the station. The Dame Tokara, the liege. Dame Nasaru, your ladyship. The Dame is once again in his clean, decorous imperial bureaucratic persona, as if the cutthroat who carved himself a bloody path back to the liege's throne never existed. Chaplain, my flock tells me Rogue Trader Von Valentis is going off on a long expedition. It would be unrighteous to let you go without a blessing for the journey. Opticon 22, communicative interaction option unlocked. Purpose of data exchange, strengthening ties, and delivering a gift, material assets, a donation to an ally. Nice. Oh, is this all because of our reputation with them? Ryza, we barely got the news out that the Lord Inquisitor had left his cozy football perch, and now you're off on a long journey too. She grins contentedly. Thought I might as well come to see an old acquaintance. Despite the harsh law that your Trotter brought to footfall, Pirate Ryza was able to survive thanks to you. Then Captain Thorfasts, an officer in Imperial Navy uniform, folds his hands in the sign of the Aquila. It's an honor, your ladyship. I'm here on my superior's orders to pay my respects to House Von Valentis. Alright, so what exactly is this all about, besides the reputation? Have you come to wish me good luck with the Dame? Why, of course, no business partner of the Pasqal Commission is more reliable or more lucrative than your leadership. Therefore, accept this gift and others that will be delivered to your ship as investments to your success. Carnivorous Blade, Drukari Weaponry. Yeah, I need the proficiency with that. 3% damage for each 1% of the target's missing wounds. Yeah, I really wish I had given Cabela the Xenos weapon proficiency. Would advise give up smoking and take care of footfall instead, or you'll end up on the gallows after all. Keep up the good work. Remember, you're running your business under my protection now. Look for rich customers. I plan returning with a great wealth of trophies. Oh yeah, keep up the good work, but remember, you're running business under us now. I no doubt my memory, your leadership, House Von Valentis can always count on a worthy patronage of my organization's income as thanks for your generous patronage. Now, Chaplain, what about you? Promise something too. My mission will look after your subjects. You've done us a lot of good. Really? Paragon of Virtue? Surprise. How'd we do that besides just the reputation? And it would be unrighteous not to repay you in kind. Members of my congregation are already loading supplies to your ship, and I have a personal gift of appreciation for you from the cult of St. Drusus. With people like you, the God Emperor's forsaken corner of the universe still has a chance to becoming a fine place. Ooh, plate armor. 75% only. Yeah, I think what Abelard has might be better. May the Emperor help you in your undertaking. Remember Hieronymus' mistakes, Chaplain, and do not repeat them. I will remember your ladyship. We'll all remember Reverend Hieronymus and the lessons he taught us. May the God Emperor have mercy on his soul. Opticon, what about you? Yeah, the one group we did not max out the reputation with. This unit regrets, is disappointed at, is indignant at the fact that links of sufficiently high priority have not been established. Between House Warhammer and the Cognizant Fleet, while unable to place any research assets at disposal of House Alliances, this unit hopes praise is counting on the valuability of its prediction that your expedition will be successful. Yeah, so no guesses since we didn't get our reputation high enough with them. Bit of a shame. Farewell, my comrade, remember Euphrates too. Request approved information concerning the joint cleansing of the Sacred World cataloged under high value data. Ryza, what about you? Business. It's a custom among the Fellowship of the Void never to see a friend off on a long and dangerous expedition without gifts. Supplies are being loaded onto your ship as we speak, and this is from old Ryza personally. Flashlight emitter. Whenever wears the target of an attack of opportunity, the attacker becomes blinded for 1 round. The wearer will perform the lowest cost AP attack against this enemy, including attacks with ranged weapon. Oh, interesting. Okay, so blinds the attacker, but also lets the wearer perform attack of opportunity. Well, their own attack of opportunity. Okay. Just note on the back, I will cleanse the commands of our enemy servants, and you had better not be among them. Among the operation should be in overdrive. I'll return with valuable trophies. No shenanigans while I'm away, or I will have you strung up as soon as I'm back. No, yeah, our enemy servants gotta go. I've lived too long to take such exceptions seriously anymore. Thank you for your concern, your leadership. I will bear it in mind, as you should. What about you, officer? What are your orders? Ooh, Argenta plasma battery. 3 shots. Oh, long range broadside. 3 for 39. Good damage, I suppose. So a little under 120. Your leadership, before you leave Footfall, I'd like to present you with an official statement of gratitude. From our organization, the Imperial Navy values House von Melis's as loyal comrades in arms. Allow us therefore to reiterate our grateful appreciation. Please do us the honor of accepting a modest quantity of supplies to support your courageous expedition. Yep, back to all the talking. Protect the expanse while I'm away. Expect my worlds to be under your special protection. Do your duty, but do not need to be harsh. The expanse is still inhabited by free people. Yeah, it's probably a bit too old to Imperium for that one. Protect the expanse. We'll not forget our duty. Your leadership, these stars will be ours. A multitude of voices answers you with the good luck wishes, blessings, parting advice, and words of respect, shouting over each other, but alike in their sincerity. For a second, you feel especially clearly that you likely will not see these people ever again. Well, that's a bit foreboding there. I thought I was supposed to pick up here. No. Right, if Volvar's quest is not going to pop up, then I guess we are heading into chapter 5. Danrock, your leadership, we have a long expedition ahead of us. It will be reasonable to replenish supplies, ammunition, spare parts, and better equipment. Who knows what we are about to face? I have everything already. Yeah, we already have everything we need. I think we finished everything. Unfinished business on Footfall. No. No, nothing we can do on Footfall. So yeah, everything we need. That will be done. Quick look through the worlds. Make sure we picked up the replenished supplies. If they have any, no. Oh, and then the main thing was... yeah, we got a weapon from them. Somewhere. For 39, which apparently we already have. All right, so there was nothing new then. What about? Oh yeah, and then the flashlight emitter. Bounce attacks of opportunity within allies nearby. Might give that one to someone else then. Yeah, since Cabela has that one attack that does do friendly fire. The flashlight emitter would probably be better. Let's check our other people if they have anything. Avalar could definitely use it. All you're getting is just +5 toughness with this. Oh, he may not even be getting that. Intelligence is at 35 exactly. Well, I can always hold off on this. Hold off until we get to the final. Right, so I'm supposed to go here. Probably quickest route would be to Dargonus, then Kiavagama, and then yeah, these 4 jumps up, or this would be Dargonus. Oh, it might just be to fly directly from Dargonus. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay, so we better for that one. So, Stone, then to Dargonus. Lord Captain, Xenos Airlit has been inquiring about you. She's seeking an audience and most likely will shortly arrive at your studio. Okay, so what does she want?
We need to talk. I have just realized something very important, and only you will be able to understand me.
Oh hey, voiced. Nice. Your light rushes into your study like an invigorating gust of wind. Her face is beaming with a mixture of agitation and happiness. Well, she seems better. Alright, you're positively glowing.
At first, I thought that meeting you would bring my soul only pain and malediction.
She musters her courage and draws herself up straight like a string of an exquisite lyre. Her hand still reaches for her shattered spirit stone out of habit. Great start.
But soon, after getting to know you better, I changed my mind. Not about your kind, but about you. Everything that happened to Kruderach, to my kin, and what transpired in Camorra. I was able to endure it all only because Assyrion brought our past together.
Alright, well, I guess this leads something.
You must be wondering why I am saying all this to you. The human habit of talking endlessly must have rubbed off on me. I am here to tell you, I have no regrets. Not about meeting you, not about what happened to my spirit stone. The stars alone know how much richer and deeper my soul has become since meeting you.
Nice that she's optimistic considering the situation with her spirit stone. And also the human habit of talking is during the game. Very funny. Never heard so many compliments from you at once. I think there's something you're not saying. No, yeah, I haven't heard so many compliments from you.
Probably. This is all because I have realized something really important. It was the souls of my Owlcat ancestors that accidentally shattered my spirit stone. They meant me no harm. They were just trying to protect a child who walked the path of the outcast. And they truly did help me. I can meditate and immerse myself in my world again.
Oh, that is surprising. So how exactly does that work then? Yeah, you can do it without a spirit stone.
The Spirit Stone is the sacred protection of the children of Assyrion. A talisman to ward off the evil gaze and control of she who thirsts. But it is replaceable. And, of course, it is not my actual soul.
Yeah, they did mention that protection was replaceable, though difficult given the conditions. Alright, so did you succeed in this meditation?
Yes. Oh, yes. I was afraid that my world would wither during this time, that it would turn into a desert or become overgrown with weeds. What I saw left me truly delighted.
And what would that be?
My world resembles an endless road, piercing the galaxy itself. I can see no beginning or end to it. But I can see where the road ends for you. It ends much sooner than mine. Like a fleeting flash, the glimmer of a fallen star. A short, beautiful moment. And this road, this moment, I wish to spend with you. Not as a human and a child of Assyrion, but as equals. What do you say?
Then I could just tell her to get lost, but no. That'd be a weird thing after all that. Yeah, I'd be happy to share my life path with you.
Then I would love to see the glow of your world once again. Human emotions are different. Like faraway stars. And they are just as mesmerizing.
And they meditate together. I think that is the end of that. Yeah, the end of the Earlit Romance path. That's what I did. A bit different than typical romance paths in RPGs. Curious of how the epilogue is going to be. So So with that little thing out of the way, anything new, Earlet? Oh, and the guy standing up here is gone.
Ilantak, I trust your journeys were fruitful.
Alright, so nothing more with that. And Alpha, are you sure you have anything to say? Oh, and Hynux as well.
To what do I owe this visit?
Nope, nothing new with that. And Alpha, are you still the same?
Let us raise
Yeah,
our
okay,
family.
Alpha's still the same. Alright, so I wonder why that isn't triggering. Maybe we did travel a bit more. If not, then... Steer the ship past the dangerous region or risk approaching the ragged... Reach the ragged formation to gain valuable insights. Yeah, sure, give it a shot. Okay, test succeeded. 6 insight gained. Vivo 6 requires attention. Good, shortcut it up there. Do we want to shortcut it that much? Yeah, sure, why not? Then Janus as well. Few last emergencies before we leave this place. A feud has broken out between two influential admirals of the Imperial Navy, having already led to an armed skirmish and even outright battles, calling to attention a favor he once did for House von Valensis when the admirals has appealed to rogue traders calling for support. Shelter them, get +2 security, provide materials, get security +4. So we have 4 if we have efficiency of 6. Or tell them to get lost. Gain 3 profit factor. Yeah, shelter him and support him with the resources of the colony. Admiral appreciates assistance, which has exceeded his every expectation. For now, his ships will watch over the colony. Better. We have so many bonuses to security. And then Vent and Foulstone. Dark Scourges. Sounds fun. A nearby transport hub has been ravaged by Drukhari raids. Supply chain across the whole region is under threat. Stop the shipments and wait until the danger has passed. Efficiency down. Strike a deal with Drukhari? No. Redistribute the colony's reserves so that the world can hold out without shipments. Requires some profits. Complacency down. Or efficiency down too. Sacrifice the complacency, so that's only one. Or sacrifice people. Still complacency down. It's fine, we have plenty of profit factor, it's not like we're buying anything else. Colony's resources allow to survive unless you lose interest and leave the system. We should have been able to fight them off. Alright, Janus, what's going on with you? Quirks. Inhabitants of Janus are rumored to have taken up mysterious habits and rituals. Ask me around for advice, let the people do what they want. Punish all who engage in the suspicious conduct. Yeah, ask Moran for advice. What does he have to say about this? Moran's divination shows that the remnants of the servants of the She Who Thirsts continue to operate on Janus in secret. The Farseers have already neutralized the cultists. The colony soon forgets about this strange behavior. See, finally doing some work, and wow, complacency is still 0. Okay, I think that is it for emergencies right now. Avoid the collision? Sure, why not? The unplanned maneuver was completed without any casualties or damage. Then an identified vessel, perhaps it was a warp image, passed us by and made no attempt to follow. Oh, those strange, mysterious ships of the warp. Oh, we weren't supposed to go to Gamma Gamma. We were supposed to... You have to go a few stops through this way. Oh, not something that happens on Gamma Gamma. Alright, so to Gamma Gamma we go. And since we're already there, may as well just go that way. The imposter, an imposter claiming to be the rogue trader, has arrived on the planet. Apparently she indeed bears an uncanny resemblance to the rogue trader, and has already managed to fool a number of nobles and collect ample gifts from them. Declare a hunt. Security +1. Execute every noble who allowed themselves to be tricked. Security +2, but efficiency down. Requires people 1, lose profit factor on this one. Fire the imposter to act as the decoy. Yeah, sure, considering all the enemies. The imposter was overjoyed to accept the offer. Now she attends social gatherings and other formal events, inspiring the planet's officials with personal visits from the rogue trader. And the Heartless. When are we supposed to be able to get items from you? Hear about the Heartless's voyages. Alright, so we just get a few random consumables. Now, hopefully before anything new pops up. Lower that a little bit. Running low on items to use to skip those battles. There's a commotion on lower decks. The chief mutant hunter, who's responsible for eliminating heresy in the hold of the void ship, went mad due to the perilous influence of the warp. The officer climbed the parapet above the center accelerator complex and threatened to jump unless the entire crew immediately submitted to a rigorous examination to uncover physical deformities and unholy perversions. After calculating the time and financial cost of the inspection of thousands upon thousands of crew members and consulting the tech priest about the danger of foreign materials getting into the intakes of the accelerator complex, the deranged mutant hunter was graciously allowed to proceed with ending his life in the desired manner. Good for him, he got what he wanted. And we managed to reach the gate without any further incidents. There's no telling what awaits you beyond the gate, but one thing you know for certain, there'll be no turning back. It is a point of no return. Ensure that you have taken care of any unfinished business, procured all necessary equipment, explored every world, and completed any desired colonial projects. You will no longer be able to do so after passing through to the other side. I think we're fine. We just have that quest left. We do have some rumors, but yeah, I don't think there's anything left to explore than just lingering stuff that was not deleted for whatever reason. Yeah, like this one was on the frozen trapper with those turrets. Nothing ever happened from that one. Angels of the Emperor in the Expanse. Yes, we've already seen the Space Marines. Xenos on the Rampage. Yeah, just Drukhari raids. We know about those. Nothing more came from that one. Footsteps of History. Yeah, this was about the guy who was requesting some phlogiston. We found a world that he had pointed to, and I don't believe anything came from that one either. Treasure in the Ocean. I think that's really the only lingering one, but we have investigated all worlds, so we might have gotten everything from that one. And the Terventius masterpiece that just never disappeared for whatever reason. Contracts, those are all done, so yeah, I think we're all ready. Guess we just make a save just in case. Oh, Inquisition Flotilla. Are we going to be fighting them? Ravor, Lord Captain, our augurs are detecting energy currents of indeterminate nature within the dimensional gate. It appears to be active. We see a number of ships near the gate, and judging by the markings, they belong to the Lord Inquisitor Calcazar's personal squadron. Alfar, I know this place. Calcazar summoned both our packs here to seal this portal to terror and woe. Much blood we did spill that day. Alas, it was not the blood of Xenos or warp spawn, but that of the cock priest of Calcazar himself. While they were working on the gates of foul machines, the breath of evil coming from the other side was turning them into frenzied monsters. Therefore, Lord Captain, don't take it as cowardice, but duty obliges me to ask, you do realize that this may end up being a one-way voyage, don't you? Crew, this is Lord Captain speaking. I'm taking the ship to the unknown where danger lies and glory waits. Are you with me? For a while you hear no response. Then the silence is broken by the sounds of heavy footfalls. The rhythmic stomping grows louder and louder. Thousands of feet strike the deck as if marching into oblivion under your banner. Good enough for me. Onward. No matter what the journey holds for us, I am ready. Lord Captain. Whatever is waiting out there, beware. Von Valancius is coming. Contact the ships at the gates and wish to go through. Incoming message. You're entering an area declared forbidden. Any attempt to approach the Xeno artifact will be considered an act of rebellion against the Emperor. Leave now or be destroyed. Now, Captain, would you prefer to send your reply with the help of Vox Clerics or the main gun deck? The main guns. Near the Lord Captain, battle stations. Wait, who in the void is that? Some of the enemy ships are breaking formation in haste. They are regrouping and falling back to repel an attack from the rear. Looks like someone has arrived to lend us a hand. The enemy is scattered. Now's the time to engage. Really? Who's attacking Lord... Yeah, who's attacking the Lord Inquisitor? Nagas attack ships marked with the coat of arms of House Winterscale. Really, him? Surprising. House Troida is transmitting a Vox call to the Inquisitor's forces. They guarantee safety if they surrender at once. Oh, hey, both of them. We detect Eldari void ships among the arrived allowed vessels. Awesome. Then we too shall strike. Everyone hates the Inquisition. And that is always the right choice.
The stars will judge you.
Alright, so everyone's up fighting off their own little group and we get ours. So our frigate, and then... yeah, they were only able to divert 3 of their forces over to us. Oh, could definitely ram this one. No. Can only be used during acceleration phase. Oh, right. Alright, the first one.
Initiate macro cannon barrage.
A little bit further.
Do not hesitate. Show no mercy. Engage the macro cannon.
No escape pods detected.
Very nice. Which one is this? Reduces speed and maneuverability, but increases evasion. Lowers its chance and range.
Let the macro cannon sing their twisted song.
Not quite. Okay, we're to that side. No, it's not going to have a tiny enough turn. Oh, alright. That was close enough.
I am amazed that we prevailed.
It was an easy fight. It's more amazing that they decided to fight. Lord Captain, they have fired boarding torpedoes. Looks like the enemy has decided to take us down with a single decisive strike. Let us fend them off in honest combat. Brace for impact. Yes, Lord Captain, sound the alarm on all decks. All crew members get ready to repel the boarders. Alright. Don't think we'll need Pasqal for this. Gotta bring Cassia and Cabela. Heinrichs, yeah, sure, he can fight against his co-workers. Well, former co-workers. And they were set on fire. Ishara. Oh, her again. The heavily armored woman eyes you with sneers. A rogue traitor. That's a new notch on my gun stock. Never killed one of you before. Quite confident, aren't you? Alvar. Ah, fearless, mighty, and a heart as cold as stone. A worthy opponent. A far cry from the wretched Xenos and sticking heretics. It will be glorious to slay you. Alvar greets Calcasar's assassin with the softest smile you have ever seen on his face. Ishara, stand aside, Redbeard, while I cut off the rogue traitor's head. Would want to kill my first Emperor Angel in a hurry. The woman reciprocates with an equally friendly gaze, and you see confusion on the faces of those around you. Heinrichs, Ishara, what made you think you had the right to invade the ship of one of the God Emperor's anointed? Ishara, Van Kalox. Wrong place, wrong time again. This time will be your last. And don't you dare lecture me on how my actions deviate from the creed. You who've already proven yourself unfit for a cause. Alright, Heinrichs, who exactly are we about to kill? One of Lord Inquisitor's acolytes, and this is Ishara the Cleaner. She cleans up what has outlived its usefulness to Calcasar. And of course. Yeah, but we did meet her on Euphrates too, though. She was coordinating the forces before we got there. Alright, barging onto my bridge was a big mistake. No one lets out a bloodthirsty chuckle. Yes, it was. I was hoping to blow up your ship's reactor and just send bits of you flying into the void. But I'm going to enjoy this even more if I do it myself.
Spectacle of your demise.
Yes, very confident in herself. And only 744 HP. Wow. That is some extreme level of confidence. And 7 people like that. Okay. I'll let you find where you are. We're gonna move you a little bit up front. Heinrichs. Sure. Over here. Anyone too far back? No. By any chance, do you have combat mastery? Oh wow, you don't even have that. Okay, have to be careful of warp effects. We also have a mid kit. But yeah, she's really overestimated herself.
Me? This, Lord Captain.
Everyone in one place. And most likely get stunned. Nope, just survived that. But Ashara's stunned.
If I may.
There they go. Mostly stunned. So for you. Yeah, sure, Zone of Fear it.
Stay vigilant. Weapon at the ready.
Okay, I think all of them are stunned.
If it serves your cause.
Should find where she is.
This tedium is beneath me.
Try not to miss.
I am not your seat. Favors the swift. I will not.
Oh, right, because she did not die. Who is not stunned?
If I must.
Alright, it intimidates.
If it serves your cause. I understand your intent.
Probably won't matter too much for this.
This tedium is beneath me.
Follow my lead. Follow my lead.
Oh, a genius at work. What is the body's pile?
Oh, okay, she's dead.
Schemes with another one is shattered. Oh, a wicked
If only this guy here
thought.
wasn't so close.
Fate claims another one. Let's see. A wicked thought.
Oh, it is just those two. Oh, they're taking so little damage. Why are you taking very little damage? Not sure why.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Great to see you. Do a finest hour for Cabela. Where is she?
I'll paint your death in colors.
I am your blade and shield. I will not die in dishonor. My blade whispers your name.
Try to die with grace, at least.
There we go. Document, but could not back it up. Did you everything good? Basic flamer, decent damage. Great sword, and some armor. Restores 1 AP after killing an enemy once per round. Could be interesting, but these other items don't need. Alright, well, so much for that distraction.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
And what now? Janrock, the enemy has been routed, your ladyship. We received a Vox signal requesting that we admit a convoy of shuttles on board for the audience. The Augurs have confirmed the shuttles are unarmed and belong to the forces that aided us in battle. Do you wish us to welcome these visitors? Right, who wants to come aboard? Rogue Trader Winterscale is on his way aboard a shuttle. Signatures of our ladyship and Senor Chorda. And one of us cannot be identified. The auger operators believe it is equipped with a cloaking field, generators of a Xenos origin. Yeah, sure, welcome aboard. Cares about the Xenos one. Sporting a holstered autogun you have not seen before, John Starner clears his throat before it begins. Reporting, Lord Captain. The attack on this ship has been repelled. All decks have been cleared of trespassers. All breaches have been or are being mended. You have eminent visitors who wish to congratulate you on your victory. Kalgos has grown hollow-cheeked and pale instead of the graceful moves of a fierce predator. He now lurches like a lame bird. The augmentics in his broken back are unable to make him as light-footed as he once was. He lets out a tired sigh and says joylessly, "We met again, Gamma." He helped him see the corruption in his soul, and his broken spine became his first steps towards redemption. Good for him to an extent, I guess. Chorda, Insignia avoids locking eyes with you. Her cheeks twitches nervously as she says, "I have briefly suspended my exile in order to wish you luck on your travels." Oh, it's a Harlequin. Harlequin pays no attention to the anxious glances of the crew, takes a bow. Behold in silence, merchant vagabond. The crossroads laid before you at this time, a laugh with jest unending has declared. Your dance adroit when worthy of applause, and I, his words mute echo, now arise, to send you on your merry way at last. generous size, the Xenos simply materialized on the bridge, whereupon the enforcers simply refused to approach it. After all, the enemy of humanity has not acted aggressively in any way, as of yet. Alright, good for them. Not overly xenophobic or paranoid. But at least they are cautious. Because it's not like he is a friend. Calgos, I see your wounds cannot stop you from paying me a call. Takes more than a broken back to fix my bad temper. Try to pick something else of yours to make sure you don't turn back to your old vices. No, I'm sure he learned his lesson, so what do you mean to do next? Correct my mistakes, save what is left of my protectorate, find the world's lost to the warp storm, drive the Xenos out, weed out the final down infiltrators, and negotiate peace with House Shorta. The spite with which Calgos spits out the words peace makes him look like his old self, or just a brief moment. Good for him. So why exactly did you decide to interfere? Quit playing coy, Gamma. You know very well why. I'm here because I owe you. Alas, Winterscale never find themselves in debt for long. Besides, I've never liked Calcazar. Your acknowledgement of me as a threat speaks to the trustworthiness of your intuition. And now that you have decided to take on the Lord Inquisitor, I would much rather align myself with a tried and true ally than someone of dubious repute. So, yeah, choose your next path, your new path with care. Can't really be any friendlier. Now that a single step brings excruciating pain, and I'm being very cautious about the paths I choose, Braziness still colors the contours of Winterscale's smile, but the spite has vanished. And Cyndia, now that you're no longer preoccupied with hunting heretics, you have much more time on your hands, I see. Much has changed since my time ruling over Footfall. Right, so why exactly did you decide to side with us? I may not see as clearly now as I once did, but the visions have not altogether forsaken my mind. When I sense some vile enterprise being plotted where you are going, you are able to stop it with me, which means your path must be cleared. Right, so basically, even she can see Calcazar as a big threat. Have you renounced serving the cause of justice? No, she's probably still serving it. Never my heart is forever with the Emperor, but I am a poor instrument of his will. I will serve the cause of justice, but I have no right to enact it, and so I entrust this tool of judgment to you. Alright, so what do you plan to do now? Return, yeah, so you can return to your domain. Yes, being here awakens such terrible desires within my heart. To be the bringer of justice, the passer of verdicts, I must keep the expanse safe from myself. I must return to my solitude. Alright, very aware of her situations. Emperor be with you. May it be my destined lot to attain comprehension of his ways, his wishes, and his will. And a Nocturne of Oblivion, what about you? The briefest moment I will here abide, the lull between two heartbeats, nothing more. Your deeds have left a mark in memory's hall, where few among your kin have earned a place. The merchant vagabond's grand tales I'll keep, and be the steadfast guard of every page. Oblivion Nocturne will be heard no more, for with these words I play my final chord. Farewell is not an ending but a thread that leads you into a new drama's web. Right, so you just thought it was interesting enough to intervene? Oh, Hope Pendant and Harlequin Trinket. Iconoclast Votary. At the start of each turn, except for extra turns, wearer gains 11 momentum for each ally, including themselves, with 50% or less wounds. Alright, could be something for Yeah, a bit more of a desperate situation. And the other one, every spent AP grants 2 movement. Also, the word movement is not affected by threatened areas. When the wearer dodges an attack of opportunity, they gain 10 momentum. Threatened areas, is that the hazards or is that the attack of opportunity zones? Either way, could be good for Cabela. Malkin begins taking off his mask as if he's about to reveal what is beneath it, but before he can make out his features, he laughs and vanishes in a blue haze. The mysterious Xenos just stood, his parting gift remains. Yeah, some nice gifts. And Factotum, report on the state of the ship and crew. Factotum coughs. Minor damage to the outer plating in the midship hull, and negligible personal losses as a result of offensive actions by enemy boarding parties. Oh, right, so there are other groups. Key systems are in order. The Ignarium reports impeccable compliance on the part of the machine spirits. In other words, we are fully combat ready. Good to know. Must get underway. Troida, tell me. She looks up at you with obvious effort. Is there any leniency in your soul for one who has strayed? Your crusade is a worthy endeavor, and I long to be part of it. Let you stand in judgment over others. I shall be but your instrument. I shall give you a chance to justify even a small portion of your deeds. So be it. From now on, I am your follower and your smiting hand. Wasting no time on meaningless good luck wishes, your distinguished guests leave the bridge in solemn and respectful silence. And Ravor, what about you? Lord Captain, we may commence the spatial transition. Survey the bridge. Dozens of pairs of eyes hang on your every gesture. Your every sigh, every crew member awaits with bated breath, unless they miss your decisive words. Alright, start the translation procedure.
The ancient gate, long impenetrable for the rogue trader, was at last ready to reveal its secrets. After gathering allies and preparing to venture into the unknown, the Lord Captain plunged headlong into the darkness that held ancient nightmares and the answers to all her questions.
Time for the Necrons. Bravo, translation complete, Lord Captain. Current coordinates unknown and indeterminable. All that's in the ship's immediate vicinity is a dimensional gate that has gone into passive mode and a large amount of debris. No enemies detected. Lord Orfal may need to be informed that the coordinates his esteemed brothers traveled to match a location somewhere in these star systems. However, everything has a reason. The threads of my and my brother's words are tied together. I see Black May's will and our meeting finally approaching. Let us find them Eidvater, for such is our destiny's wish. And what about the dimensional gates? The engineers have proposed a hypothesis that it has entered some kind of recharge mode. After accumulating enough energy for a new translation, it will activate again. Or at least that's what all of us want to believe. Badly. I mean, should probably be fine considering the Harlequin came through. Alright then, what about the debris? Those are ship carcasses, judging by their markings. They are part of the Lord Inquisitor's fleet and likely acted as a patrol force. damage doesn't look like it came from any weapon we know, and the way the debris are scattered suggests that the battle was short. Someone attacked and destroyed every one of them in the blink of an eye. Someone we have never encountered before. Ominous, but I'm sure we encountered them before. What is this place? I can't say. These are unfamiliar stars, and the system is not listed in our astrogational data. We are in uncharted territory. Very well, we are going after the Lord Inquisitor. Generous, as you command. If I may just point out, the expedition equipment prepared in advance for your ladyship and your retinue has been maintained well and is ready for use at your order. These gifts passed to us by our esteemed allies from Footfall have likewise been inventoried and prepared for service. Okay, pain blockers, some med kits, grenades, fantastic, better med kits, various grenades and consumables. Holy fire. What are the gifts that we received? The devout preacher of the cult of St. Teresa supplied our holds with a number of relics blessed by the prayers. Merchants from the Fellowship of the Void gave us a share of their most precious trophies. Devious though their origin may be, they are quite useful nonetheless. Agents of the Caspel Commission supplied us with a shipment of goods that circumvented any official customs inspections due to their strictly illegal nature. The Imperial Navy officers supplied us with the spare ship parts, fuel, and everything one may require on a long and perilous expedition. If your ladyship wills, I can provide you with an itemized report and sweet voice servants to read it out. Excellent. Delight to be of use. Alright, chapter 5. Can we loot anything from the debris? No. Expedition traces. Having scanned service officers report are the remains of an exploration camp, to which a team of scouts is immediately sent. Scouting party is confused. All the equipment bears the Von Venance's coat of arms, but there is no trace of anyone other than the rogue trader servants. Find out what happened about that oddity. The scouts find traces of gunfire on the field equipment. A single unharmed data crypt found in one of the cogitators. A group of tech priests successfully decrypt part of the data, including in order to eliminate an exploration team. Signed by Theodora von Valancius. Not far from the camp is a pit full of charred bones and fragments of armor bearing the rogue trader's coat of arms. The scout's report leaves Abelard with conflicting feelings. Despite his certainty that her ladyship Theodora would not give such an order without very good reason, Abelard's expression is somber, like a missionary who lost his faith. Alright, so Theodora was here. Well, we know they went to a mysterious place, so it's probably this. Yeah, it's probably where they picked up the tech blights. That looks like a city. A rocky wall is bound in ice and shrouded in a thick fog with dark clouds. Augurs trace a faint signal to an area under the ice alongside a dress call, whose inscription matches that used by the Lord Inquisitor and his teams. Tech use, right? We didn't have Pasqal on our party. Leave orbit. Can we still do this? Yeah. Yeah, switch out for a bit. Beyond the dimensional gate, you have jumped into an uncharted sector of the expanse. The dimensional gate has closed and you're currently cut off from the rest of Chronos expanse. You cannot return. Projector management is also unavailable. No way to contact the faction trade representatives. No way back, and it's pointless to look anywhere but ahead. Establish routes to the new system is in the uncharted sector of the map and go forth to meet the inevitable. Of course, we were told no return. Oh hey, Chorda. Really? Only level 35? Let's see, swap out Cassia for that, and then there's a plan of the demolition. I think that should cover everything we need. Alright, now we should be able to use Pasqal's tech skill. %. Are we gonna fail? No, good. Lex interrogators quickly and effortlessly break the clever code. The mission goes as follows. Acolyte 17-1, Lord Inquisitor. The event horrific vision occurred. Goodbye. The Emperor protects. Well, that's a nice little event to hear from a mysteriously locked device. Horrific vision. Descend to the planet's surface and find the signal source. Okay then. Alright, we need to talk to Alvar, I think. Yeah, I'll just go with this party here. Alright, so that's the way out. I'll be throwing impervious walls of the crypt, which are adorned with strange geometric shapes. And okay, we're supposed to go this way. Oh, fantastic. Bloodstains on the floor leading to a door. Tracks of blood leading you into the depths of the corridor. Always a good sign to see pools of blood in a creepy temple. Creepy temple in a giant sarcophagus.
Curiosity
Good times.
sings in my veins.
An uneven ripple runs across the steely surface. The symbols covering it tremble and blend to each other, not enough to stay in the memory for longer than a second. Rotten metallic scent wafts from pools of dried blood. Xenos lore. Quick use. Activate a cogitator.
I have learned much in my exile.
The sight of the Xenos symbols is repulsive, but your will strong. At the press of a key, the vid screen displays the following. Status. Beginning data transmission to the sacred calculator. Missing data. Shunning the imperfections of the flesh. Its transcendence and its finiteness. Missing data. The new preserving a bond with the old. The rhythm. Images. Missing data. Oh hey, dead body on a machine. Rotting corpse is slumped over the cogitator. What force could have thrown it? Hooray, corpse piles.
There will be no peace in my wake.
And is this a dead end? Yeah. Inquisitor soldiers are dead. Something unspeakable mutilated the bodies and dumped them together in a pile. Nothing useful from them?
One step at a time, amidst the
My
madness.
success was inevitable.
Calling a low roar, but you're able to withstand it. The vid screen awakens at your touch. Says beginning data transmission to the sacred calculator. Missing data. And have become immortal. We have become missing data. Turns to darkness, it shall be conquered, and it shall tremble in fear. Good signs, good signs. Cogitator was installed here recently before it was destroyed by an unknown weapon. And looks like all we have left is just to activate that cogitator. But considering the time, we'll have to end it here right before we do that. So, all in all, good progress today, definitely good progress. We've managed to finish chapter 4 and get a look at chapter 5. Right, so yeah, we'll be continuing this next week on Sunday. And yeah, as I've said before, from what I remember, chapter 5 isn't terribly long. Conceivably, we could be finishing this sometime next week. At which point, the game we're going to move on to next will be Vampire. So, that is coming up. Yeah, whether we get started on that something next week or the week after, it's really going to depend on how difficult these upcoming fights are, which I'm really not entirely sure of. Might try to space things out into a few shorter streams so that we don't end up in a situation where we just have one battle and then the game is over on for like one day. Yeah, I'm going to think about how I'm going to space this out. But yeah, regardless, we are nearing the end of things. So that's coming up for what's Rogue Trader. It's for tomorrow. It'll be back to a Biotic Factor, where we're having a bit of a moving day. Yeah, we're just moving our base from its current location to probably the reactor area in that lounge area that we found. And depending on how long it takes, may get back to exploring the reactor and then. Then Friday we'll be back to Hollow Knight Silk Song, finishing that one up. That'll probably go with, yeah, doing the boss fight first and then reloading afterwards, and spending the rest of the time seeing what else we can find, and yeah, just clearing out our the completion level until the end of stream, and then that will be it for Silk Song. Which point then Saturday we'll be back to Phoenix Point, getting back to that game after, yeah, the bit of hiatus from that one. Which, from what I remember, we were in the middle of a battle for that one, so that'd be interesting to get back to. Yeah, exactly, Arsenic. Don't want to end up a situation where it's just a 30-minute battle for the final stream of this, so I'm gonna look at my, yeah, I still have my saves from the first time I played this, so see what exactly is coming up and try to space things out. It'd be nice if we can get it done in 2 streams, but if I have to space it out on 3 streams, like longer sessions for over 3 streams, so probably would be better than that one. But yeah, as I said, I'll have to take a look at that. But anyways, yeah, that is all what's coming up. So with nothing else, thank you for watching. Be sure to follow or subscribe to the channels depending on where you prefer watching, whether it be on Twitch or on YouTube, for notifications when we're online. Oh yeah, that'd be hilarious if the difficulty made it like that. But yeah, we shall see. Anyways, yeah, be sure to follow and subscribe depending on YouTube or Twitch, depending on where you feel like watching. But if you don't feel like doing that, as always, my social media for updates and notifications. Twitter's at Imre_WE, IMRE_EE, and Blue Sky at Imre-EE. More or less the same thing, just the difference between dash or underscore, depending on where you prefer to go. Otherwise, if you don't use social media, I do try to stream every day about the same time, between 12:30 a.m. to 5 a.m. US Central. Usually give or take 30 minutes, and regardless of those odds, start and end times, towards the middle is a bit more reliable when I'm here. And as I said, I do try to stream every day. So with that being said, once again, thank you all for watching. Thank you to those who happen to stop by the stream live, as well as a thank you to those who made up watching the VOD. Hope you're all reasonably entertained, and that you have a good day or night, whichever may happen to be, and that you stop by again next time. With that, thank you, and goodbye.